Hey, it's 6 o'clock. Hopefully, you guys are in the classroom. You're before your books. You're right here, page 345, and you're ready to go. Because I am. So let's go. All right, gang, we're on page 345. We're covering two chapters tonight, chapters 18 and 19. Tonight will be an early night. Okay, y'all okay with that? Guys, I don't do early nights for the fun of it. I do it when the material says we should do it. Okay, and tonight is a light subject. 19 is a light chapter. 18 is heavy. We'll be in 18 for about 2 hours. So here we go. We're on page 345. 345, which is the first page to chapter 18. Y'all, I teach a day class in the morning, and I've never taught morning and evening in the same day. This is the first time I've done that, and I forget about my evening class. I just left a business meeting where I had 3 glasses of wine. And normally 3 is where I start talking smack. So I'm going to try to keep it in the lines. People saying stuff that think they're going to pass. All right, let's turn to page 346 and we'll start the conversation. Fair housing. Gosh, I would think the 2 biggest pieces of legislation that we are governed by is fair housing and truth in lending. And honestly, truth in lending only touches the real estate business. Truth in lending is mainly regulatory, bunch of rules for the mortgage industry. So yeah, fair housing is a very large piece of legislation. I personally have always disagreed with the name fair housing. I think about the people that are supposedly smart that come up with all this crap, politicians. Because fair housing is the worst name that you could have called the legislation. Because fair is a subjective concept and word. What's fair to me is not fair to you. What's fair to you is not fair to you. And what's fair to you is not fair to you. Fair housing's premise is not denying choice and providing the same quality of service to everyone that you would provide for the most favorite person in your world, perhaps a parent, friend, child. That's what fair housing's all about. It ain't about fairness, because I don't know where the world fairness is definitively defined. I almost said that. I don't agree with the word, but that's just me. And y'all pay to hear me give you my opinion. But it's about equal opportunity in housing. So we're going to begin discussing this on page 346. You see halfway down the page that the Civil Rights of 1866 was the original Fair Housing Act. Now, when I was a student in pre-license, I was always grateful for the fact that there weren't a lot of dates, because I went to high school and college like a lot of y'all, and dates were always a booger. I hated dates. But there are some dates in fair housing. So let me put some up on the board. Okay. 1866. Give me a minute to write some dates up here. We can tell he's had 3 glasses of wine. Y'all, I normally write like this on the whiteboard, so, but what I'm putting up is the evolution of the Fair Housing Act. Okay, I'm going to have to squeeze this in. This is handicap. And then the last, okay, on any question where one of these years or classes protected is the right answer, all 4 of these will be offered as answer choices. They are all correct answers to certain questions, but only one's going to be the correct answer to the question. So let's go over the answer choices. Again, this is the evolution. 1866, the original Civil Rights Act, fair housing, if you want to call it, where race was the first protected class. Now, if you're taking notes, I want you to put a star beside this one, and I want you to put a star beside that one. Because of the 4 answer choices, based on the feedback that I get from students, these are the 2 that more than likely will be the correct answer to a question. So again, let me resume. 1866 was the original Civil Rights Act, where race was the first protected class. So the way they may ask that is they may say, what year was the original Civil Rights Act? The answer is 1866. They may say, what was the first protected class in the original Civil Rights Act? The answer would be race. Okay, so you need to know both of those very well. In 1968, there was an amendment. We added, I say we, the country added color and national origin. 1974 was the next amendment where religion was added, sex was added, and the handicap status was added. Now, you hear me say handicap. Disability and handicap are used interchangeably. When I grew up, the word was handicap, but apparently in the modern day, just because a word is old, it is politically incorrect. So now they're beginning to use the word disability. Sometimes words that are very similar to each other are distinct legally. These 2 words are not distinct. They are interchangeable. 1988 was the most recent amendment where they added familial status and they added to the current handicap protections, making them more comprehensive. So again, all 4 of those are correct answers relative to what the question is. I'm just saying on whichever question, one of those is the right answer, all 4 more than likely will be offered as answer choices. And based on the feedback that I get, 1866 and 1988 will be the right answers to questions. For instance, they may say, what year was the most recent amendment to fair housing? 1988. They may say, in addition to expanding the handicap protections, what additional protection was added in 1988? Familial status. So again, you see what you see on the board. Put it on your notes. Put the asterisk where I got the asterisks. So they go over the next few pages, the evolution of the Fair Housing Act. You see the Fair Housing Act summarized on page 347. And in fact, the second half of the page, you see in the left-hand margin a bulleted list of the classes that were protected. There are 7 protected statuses. I don't know why they have the bullets like they do. Do you notice they have race and color as the same damn status? There are 7 statuses: race, color, national origin, religion, sex, familial status, or disability, which can also be handicap. Do I think, and they do a good job of separating them all to the right. So guys, if you can recall, our first week together, I gave you a official permission to miss all the very difficult questions. We cannot miss the easy questions. We got to get the easy ones right. Do I think you need to memorize the 7 protected statuses? Only if you want to get an easy question right. Because they could have a question that says, which of the following is not protected by fair housing? And if you don't know the 7 protected statuses, you may not get that very easy question right. So, guys, if it's not in these 7 bullets, then they're not protected. I was in the military, I was in the Army, and when you're in the Army, if you're single, you don't have to live in the barracks. If you get your commander's approval, you can live off post. So me and 2 of my single buddies, the 3 of us, we wanted to live off post. We didn't want to live in the barracks any longer. So we went to our commander, we got approval, and we began going to search out properties outside of the post. And every single, not every one, told us to our face, we don't rent to soldiers. I don't know if any of you have ever served, but post towns hate soldiers. And they told us to our face, we do not rent to soldiers. We went back to our commander. We said, is that not discrimination? He pulled out a book, showed us these 7 protected statuses. He said, do you see military status in there? We were like, no, sir. He said, then you're not protected. So if you don't like somebody and they ain't protected, discriminate the hell out of them, okay? If you don't like redheaded people, discriminate the hell out of them. If you don't like short people, and I don't, then discriminate the hell out of them. Marital status, not protected. Sexuality, not protected. Age, not protected. Do you see how you could get confused and select one of those as the answer? Correct. So memorize them. It's not hard. I sing this song often. So it's not hard for me to memorize it. I realize it's harder for you. I'm just saying I ain't got the hurdle in front of me that you do. All right. You got to jump through these hoops to get to where you're trying to get to. Let's turn the page. So at the top of page 348, they attempt in that top paragraph to tell you why age is not a protected status. In my personal opinion, the paragraph is confusing. So I'm going to tell you to disregard it. For whatever reason, I think the guy that wrote the book's got ADHD worse than I do. There is another paragraph in this chapter that does a better job of explaining it. We'll see it in just a moment. But we migrate down the page, and you see that HUD has specifically defined what a dwelling is. The regulations define a dwelling as any building or part of a building designed for occupancy as a residence by one or more families. Why do you think the law felt the need to define dwelling? Because people in court tried to use that as an excuse. So the law finally said, we got to define dwelling so people can't come into the courts and call this a dwelling when it's not. I have a student that had a question. Yes, dear?
Could you go back over the housing for older people?
Yeah, I was saying that age is not a, one of my students asked me to go over the top paragraph at the top of page 348. Age is not a protected status. There are reasons why. This paragraph, in my opinion, doesn't do a good job of clearly explaining why. So I'm telling you to disregard it. There is another paragraph elsewhere in the chapter that does a better job. We'll get there in a minute. But I do want you to pay attention to the second paragraph and, in fact, highlight the fact that the Fair Housing Act is administered by the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is known as HUD. And you don't have to highlight the rest. Point being is every piece of legislation that says you can't do this and you can do this is backed up by a set of federal regulations. In other words, the legislation is not the enforcement. It's just that you can't do this. And then there's always an agency of government that is the enforcer of a particular set of rules and laws within a piece of legislation. So HUD is the mama and daddy of fair housing. HUD is the enforcer of the fair housing laws. You see to the right a poster. You very well may have seen this in your everyday life. Occasionally, in certain advertising situation, it is absolutely a requirement that the advertiser include this paragraph or this poster. It is illegal to discriminate, and what they do is they reiterate the 7 protected statuses. All real estate offices are required to display this poster somewhere in their office. So now we're over here on page 350. Guys, I'm going to, not because it's me, I am ADHD. I am drifting here and there. But the dude that wrote this book is worse than me. So we're going to play along with them. Okay, we'll get back to the rules and the regs, but right now we're going to start going into specific, 3 glasses of wine, specific points of the law. Disability. Okay. Let's say I own, you see a lot of these that I'm about to describe to you around colleges, old 2-story homes that were bought by investors and cut up into 4 apartments, 2 on the bottom, 2 on the top. They're typically college students. So let's say I own one of those 2-story houses that has 4 apartments, and I'm advertising them in the paper. And a young lady responds to the ad. She calls me on the phone. I'm interested in seeing one of your units. I set an appointment for the next day. I meet her at the property, and she pulls up in a van. The door's open, and she's in a wheelchair. So she gets out, and we and her both look at the downstairs 2 units. And she says, I really like these, Mr. Yarber, but I would love to see the upstairs units. Now, let's suggest in this story that the upstairs units are not geared toward a handicapped person, and I don't have ramps, I don't have lifts, I don't have anything. In my mind, I'm wanting to tell her that her choice to see the upstairs units is illogical, okay? And frankly, from a realistic standpoint, it is, right? Because it's not equipped for handicapped people. But if I even let those words come out of my mouth, I have violated fair housing because, again, let's go back to what I told you. I disagree with fair housing. What fair housing's premise is not denying them choice. And what was their choice? Upstairs. So just attempting to have a conversation that is meant to dissuade her from her choice is a fair housing violation in and of itself, okay? So regardless of how illogical I think it is, I better not let those words come out of my mouth. So I pick her up out of the damn wheelchair and I take her upstairs. I'm not saying that's required, y'all, and I'm not even trying to make fun of somebody disabled. But let's say I do. I take her upstairs and she falls in love with Unit C. So I rent it to her. Understand this, everything following out of my mouth right now are items on the exam. A, I must rent to her. Okay? Again, don't deny choice. B, here's the critical part you're going to need to know on the exam. I cannot prevent her from modifying that unit that she just leased of mine that I own. I cannot prevent her from modifying the unit to accommodate her handicap. Now, she must do so using her own money. Okay? So let's say I rent to her. She signs a lease. The next day, a van pulls up and out spills from the van laborers and equipment. Next thing you know, I hear power tools. I hear jigsaws, table saw. She's putting up a ramp. She's putting up a chair lift. And within the unit, she's widening all of the doorways. She's putting grab bars in the bathroom. She is lowering the kitchen counters. She is lowering the kitchen cabinets. She is lowering all the light switches. And guys, I don't know your experiences in all of this, but I'm thinking right now that's 30 grand minimum to bring it back to its original state. So let me go back. I can't prevent her from modifying the unit. Step one, we understand that. Number two, she has to use her own money. That's number two, understanding. Number three, can I, as the landlord, expect her to return it to its original condition? Damn right I can. So let's say I do rent to the young lady, you know, she's got a way about her. God love her. I rent to her and she modifies the unit, does all those things I said. 2 years later, she calls me up. Mr. Mark, I have so enjoyed being a tenant of yours. What a beautiful property. And you've always been a bang up property manager. But I'm moving back to Flagstaff where my family is. You know, I've been here down at UAB, you know, getting my degree, but I'm moving back to Flagstaff. And I say, you remember you got to return it to its original condition, right? You know, Mr. Yarber, if I didn't have a meth habit, that might be a possibility. The point I'm trying to arrive at is just because something is said in a book doesn't mean it's going to happen in real life. Like I've given y'all an example. I could sue you for $1 million. But if you ain't got 10, I ain't going to get a nickel. So just because I got a judgment against you for $1 million don't mean I'm $1 million richer. So the law began to think about this. The law allows the landlord to negotiate an additional amount of money from that tenant. Now, I can't eyeball her and say, oh, you about to do all this? Then I need a $30,000 security deposit. The law doesn't allow you to eyeball tenants and tell them what you think you deserve from them in the name of security deposit. Because I'd be getting 1,000 from redheads. I'd be getting 2,000 from short people and 500 a month for regular people, you know. You can't do that. But I can negotiate an additional amount of money from the young lady in this scenario. I'll give you an example. So I might tell her, I'm going to charge you $800 a month rent. And then I want you to write me a second check every month for $400. Now, when I receive both the checks, I can put the rent in my company account. But I got to put the $400 in a money market account, not my personal business account. Money market meaning it's not my money yet. What does the $400 in addition to her monthly rent mean to me, the landlord? It means peace of mind. It means me having the confidence that she will have the ability to return it to its original condition. Because $400 a month is $4,800 a year. 2 years, that's $10,000, you know. Now, me using the 800 and the 400, those were examples. The point is the terms of the second amount of money are negotiable. All right.
So what if they don't want to give up no money?
What
What if they don't want to give us any extra money?
Who's they?
What if what if she don't agree to give you extra money?
Don't what if this. One of my students asked a legitimate question. She said, what if the tenant is not agreeable to return it to its original condition? And that's why I said, don't worry about it. Just know what we are allowed to expect. We can expect them to return it to its original condition. I had the same question. When I was you, I was a curious creature. And you know what they say killed the cat, right? Curiosity. And what did I explain to you? The courts are set up to handle exceptions to the rule and discretionary situations. All right. So if I'm the landlord in that situation and she did not want to contribute $1, I'm going to sue her, and I'm going to let the courts decide.
What about if the board, like, okay, so I think
Is this your what if?
this is hers.
Okay. Oh, so you're going to play on her what if?
You said that.
Give it to me.
Look,
That's what she
okay,
said.
so you said that you can't discriminate against them, that you have to give them like a choice.
Right.
Okay, and so you said if she makes alterations to your apartment, then she has to pay you back. But, okay, so you said she can give you a check, two different things.
Correct.
She was saying, well, she don't want to agree to the whole check thing, period. Like, she was going to do her own thing and do the apartment. And can you say then, no, I don't have to bring out to you?
Fantastic question. I don't know. Her fantastic question was, if I tried to rent to the woman and I said, I'm going to expect $800 a month from you and $400 additionally that I'm going to set up in the money market for the purpose of giving me the peace of mind. She said, one of my students said, what if she wasn't agreeable to that? I don't know.
She has a choice of not wanting.
Oh, I get all the what ifs. I don't know. And again, I want to tell you, that's what the courts are for. Here's the laws. And just like you as a parent, you tell your child not to run through the house, but then they say, I was trying to save my little brother from choking, Mama. You didn't see it. And you think, well, damn, I got to make a damn amendment to that rule. Okay, don't run through the house unless somebody's dying. Okay, you know what I mean? So the point is theory puts the rules out, and the courts are meant to handle anything that's outside of the black and white within the rules. When I was a pre-licensed student, my instructor hated my guts because after class, I was what-ifing him to death. And he hated my guts by the time we were out. But I'm not trying to avoid answering legitimate questions. I'm just trying to tell you what the hell I was told. But nevertheless, check this out. Go down to the bottom of page 350. Next to last paragraph, and let's start at the beginning and read a little bit. The law recognizes that some reasonable modifications might make a rental property undesirable to the general population. In such a case, the landlord is allowed to require that the property be restored to its previous condition when the lease period ends. Highlight the next 5 words. Aside from reasonable wear and tear. What I'm leading up to is what I've been told is on the exam. In fact, I think that's worded wrong. It should say within reason. The landlord can require the property be restored to its previous condition within reason. That should be the 2 words. That's what the textbook said that I learned from, not reasonable wear and tear. I'm leading up to what I've been told is on the exam. So according to students, there's a question on the exam that says, what would not be unreasonable for the landlord to expect the tenant to do in returning it to its original condition? A, removing grab bars. That's not unreasonable. B, raising countertops and raising cabinets. That's not unreasonable. C, bringing light switches down or back up rather. That's not unreasonable. What I've been told is the answer is to re-narrow doorways that they widen. Do you admit that that's unreasonable? Well, you don't have to admit it. Just get on board with it. Because think about it. A wide doorway ain't never hurt nobody. In fact, none of us know how big we're going to get. You know, I mean, a wide doorway is good. In fact, I think builders and residents need to get on the same page, and builders need to start building wide damn doorways. Do they not know how big furniture is? My God, how many times have you ever moved into a house and thought, why in the hell aren't they widening the doorways? Now the alcohol is kicking in. Okay, sorry about that. But you can anticipate a question, and I told it to you in a way that I hoped you would get on board with what I was saying. Ain't nothing the matter with a wide doorway, is there? Nothing at all. Now, here is very interesting. At the bottom of page 350, highlight that last sentence. The law does not prohibit restricting occupancy exclusively to persons with a disability. Here's the reason that's a crazy statement. First of all, guys, this is not the first time and last time you're going to hear fair housing. It is a subject that we discuss regularly in the business. Fair housing is tough. The majority of it, you understand it. I understand it. But some of it is BS. Now, parts of fair housing that I agree with is you cannot put an ad in the paper requesting a certain person only to respond. Do y'all get that? 3-bedroom, 2-bath home. No Mexicans need reply. Do we need to be told in a damn classroom that's wrong? No, we don't. Wrong is felt mentally and in your stomach when you hear it, right? We know. But let me tell you this. What if you got a job tomorrow in Beijing, China? And they're going to pay you $500,000 a year. And all you got to do is work 2 years. And it's a talent that you're very good at. And you're thinking, I cannot believe I can't get a job making 60 with this talent in Alabama. But they wanted to pay me $500,000 a year in Beijing. What are you doing? You're packing. And you're moving to Beijing. Now, guys, I know people like you do that know how to speak more than one language. And I'm real jealous. I would give anything to be able to speak a second language. Especially as a dude, because how sexy and romantic is it, for you to lay it down on a girl, Oh my God. And that's the only reason I want to be able to speak the second language. I mean, for real. So can you see yourself getting off the plane in Beijing and requesting the agent, will you show me a property dominated by Americans? An area dominated with Americans. Can you see yourself saying that? You can't? Weird, because I can. Because if I'm going to pick up a second language, I'll be damned if Chinese ain't at the bottom. Have you ever seen how they write? Huh? You got to take an art class and go 3 or 4 years into art before you can tell your mama, I'm sick on a note. Can you imagine how lonely it would be very quickly if you moved to Beijing and you couldn't even have a conversation with somebody? So I would ask the real estate agent, is there an American community in Beijing that I could be a part of? Half my class don't think that's a reasonable request. I think it's a hell of a reasonable request. But half my class is very against me. But if a Vietnamese person come to Birmingham and they called you, we're wanting to buy a house, Mr. Yarber. We've heard we can't go wrong with you. And you meet them for the first day and they say, Mr. Yarborough, can we see properties that are in Vietnamese communities? Are you seeing the transfer? Do you know what you have to tell them? I can't respond to that. You need to go discover communities that are dominated by Vietnamese and come to me and tell me, I want to see properties in the Sunshine Ray neighborhood. I can't respond to that. And I think you understand why. Because you try to keep out the bad, and ultimately you're going to keep out some of the good, unfortunately. Okay. So now that I've said that, let's read this at the bottom of page 350 anymore. The law does not prohibit Me as a landlord, restricting occupancy exclusively to disabled persons. Does that sound like I'm pinpointing a segment of the population? It does, doesn't it? But yet I just told you, you can't do that, can you? So why would the law allow me as a landlord to put an ad in the paper saying 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath home, only handicapped people need respond? Why would the law make an exception to that and allow that? I'm going to let you think on that for a minute. You don't have to come up with an answer. Ponder it for a minute. Ponder it for a minute. Because I told you that's how I learn. When I know the reason behind something, now I'm not just memorizing stuff. I have an understanding, therefore the learning takes place easier. So why does the law allow me to restrict occupancy to handicapped persons only? I have one of my students, and she's got 50% of the answer. Because one of my houses that I'm renting out is specifically equipped for handicapped persons.
Wasn't that kind of like labeling restrooms or cars as handicap accessible? Like letting them know that that's something for them?
Here's the reason. Do you know how many landlords get screwed by tenants who don't provide the money to return it to its original condition? The majority of them. Are y'all thinking? Hold on. So what is the landlord stuck with? A handicap unit, which would best be served to who? Handicapped people. That at the bottom is solely for the reason that handicapped people do not return it to its original condition, leaving the landlord screwed, so to speak. So they thought, well, let's just be fair to that guy. He's got a damn unit perfectly modified for handicapped people. Another exception to the rule. A female can request female roommates only. Guys, I'm a dude. I grew up with dudes. I know dudes, and dudes are the worst. Dudes are the violent gender of the two genders, fair or unfair. And because of the nature of violent men, women are allowed. Now, me and you don't look at roommates like they do in New York City, and in Boston, and in Philadelphia, and Chicago. I know a 55-year-old man in New York City that is single. He's never been married, doesn't have kids. He has never lived alone in his life. He has always had 2 or 3 roommates. And do you know why? Because the rent on a New York apartment is like $10,000 a month. People can't afford to live on their own. So roommates are a big deal in big fancy cities like Boston and New York. They're not a big deal in Birmingham and Auburn and Mobile and Montgomery. So that's why, and you can anticipate that question, females are allowed per fair housing to request female-only need reply. Okay? They are allowed. So handicap and females are 2 very strong exceptions to fair housing where you can specifically request a certain kind of person. So now we're on page 351, and we're going to talk about the fact that there are some people allowed to discriminate, exemptions to the Fair Housing Act. If a man owns 3 homes or less, then that man can discriminate in the sale or lease of those 1, 2, up to 3 homes. In the instance of contiguous units with 4 being the most, how many times do we see 1 through 4 in regulations? as long as the owner occupies one of the units, then they can discriminate in the sale or lease of the other 1, 2, up to 3 additional units. But the owner has to occupy one of the units. I can't own a duplex, live across town, and discriminate in the sale or lease of those 2 units. I got to live in one of the units. Churches and private clubs, on the basis of membership, are allowed to discriminate. I'll explain this. You know, some churches own rental property, just like me and you. Sometimes they're donated those rental properties from church members. Sometimes churches go out and buy rental properties just like me and you, and they rely on the rental income. Church has to have income. A church could refuse to rent or sell to a non-church member. Some of you are aware that there are fancy neighborhoods that require country club membership. If you're not going to be a member of the country club, you can't live in the neighborhood. So based on membership, private clubs and churches can discriminate. Now, guys, I say this kiddingly, but not kiddingly to classes. Do y'all think the church affects politics? You damn right. Do you think people with money affect politics?
Yes.
It is not a coincidence that the church and private clubs are exempted from having to comply with fair housing. The damn church wants to discriminate. I don't understand. And so do the private clubs. You got the ability to lobby for what you want in the political arena. You often will get what you want. It's disgusting. But I do want to tell you this. In the middle of the page 351, you see exemptions to the Fair Housing Act. You see 6 bullets underneath it. Find the 5th bullet and highlight it. It reads, a real estate professional is not involved in the transaction. So those exemptions only apply to for sale by owners. If you hire a real estate agent, you no longer qualify for an exemption. And if a real estate agent's trying to sell their own property, they don't get to take advantage of the exemption because the fact they have a license. Now, at the bottom of page 351, housing for older persons, this is the paragraph that I want you to pay attention to when it comes to age being exempted. It's the HOPA Act. Housing for older persons. Okay, so let's say my parents pass away in an inferior retirement home. Last few months I had to visit them. It just broke my heart. The facility was awful. But now my parents have been passed for a minute or two. I'm a little bit older, got a little money in my pocket. Now I'm a general contractor / investor. And I wake up one day and I think, you know what? I'm going to build a retirement community that my parents would be proud of me. I'm going to build one with all the modern bells and whistles, clean as a whistle. I build it and I stand back at the curb. I'm puffing up. I'm looking at it. I'm proud of it. But I built the damn thing 2 miles away from the junior college. So what I began to see is young, able-bodied college punks with their suitcases walking through the front door, renting all my units. And as I'm watching this happen, I'm thinking, that ain't why the hell I built this building. I built it for retired folks. The law allows me to discriminate on the basis of 62. You must be 62 to rent or own in here. Is that age discrimination? Yes. That's this reason. I'm not concocting this scenario for the fun of it. This scenario that I'm presenting you is the one solitary reason age is not protected. To allow me to build a retirement community and restrict the age to 62. For this reason only, age is not protected. So now that I say that, interestingly enough, you cannot discriminate against young people because of their age. And trust me, you would too. A lot of y'all listen to me, landlords, have rental properties. Some of you do, some of you don't. Let's say you've got a rental property and you've got it's empty. You got two prospective tenants. This prospective tenant, 25 and 26-year-old husband and wife, and they got two of the cutest rugrats you ever seen in your damn life. My God, you could pick them up and eat them. The other set of prospective tenants are three roommates, age 20, 21, and 23. Who you going to rent to? The family. You damn right. If you ain't stupid. Because you know how young people are, ain't worth a damn. You're going to have walls of beer cans, and they ain't going to take care of crap, and the cops going to be getting caught. That's what being young is all about. But if I'm a young cat, and I feel like I may have been discriminated against because of my age, and I approach an authority, and now as a landlord, I'm being called on the carpet, I would have to prove to this authority that 80% of my population is 55. Why 80 and not 100? Why 55 and not 62? Here are the reasons. My old lady right now is 9 years younger than me. Okay? So if I move in at 65, hell, she's 56. She ain't 62. So they had to accommodate for that. Plus, what if I'm 65 and my adult daughter has a car wreck and she gets killed? I've got to be the guardian now for her two children. So the 80% is having to accommodate for some of these situations that I'm presenting. Okay? But I want you to box these three numbers like you at the dog track. Okay? 62, 80%, 55. 62, 80%, 55. Let's turn the page. Over here on page 352, you know what? Hold on. I don't know why the book doesn't cover this, but I have got to come in and ask you to add some material that is not covered in the book because I know it's tested on. So let's talk about it. It's pets, all right? You're going to have to find a place because there ain't nothing for me to ask you to highlight. I don't know why they completely breeze through this because this is critical information and they do test on it. So let's say I'm a landlord, whether I have an apartment complex or whether I have single detached homes for rent, it doesn't matter. What if I have a no pet policy and one of my prospective tenants has a service animal? I'm seeing if y'all are anticipating where I'm going with this. They got a service animal. I think you're already going to anticipate what I'm about to say. I have to make an exception. Now, would the owner of the service animal be liable for any damages by the service animal? Yes. But obviously, I have to make an exception for a service animal. Another thing with pets, let's say I allow pets. I have a pet policy. But you got to pay a regular old security deposit, a non-refundable pet fee, and a refundable pet deposit. I mean, you've got to really love animals to be a renter in the modern day. If I have a no pet policy and you're bringing in a service animal, I have to not charge you those two superfluous fees. I can only charge you the normal security deposit. I can't charge you the other pet-related fees. Okay? So that's two things having to do with pets. Now let's move on. Okay, now we're on page 352. Americans with Disabilities Act. You see there, it says in the first sentence, not a housing law. Americans with Disabilities Act pertains to commercial real estate, not residential real estate. I mean, guys, you pull up into a grocery store or a convenience store, what do you see? A third of the damn spaces allocated for handicap. But you don't see that in apartment complexes because apartment complexes are residential, not commercial. So Americans with Disability Act is a set of federal regs that ensures accessibility for disabled persons, but not in residential real estate, commercial real estate. That's why you see grocery stores, convenience stores, hardware stores, all of them allocate a third of their spaces to handicap. Now, ADA does have some small effect on residential real estate. If I live in an apartment complex, okay, they don't have to designate spaces handicapped. But let's say I'm handicapped and I approach my landlord and I say, let's say I'm in a 200-unit apartment complex, and I ask the landlord, would you please designate a space for me as handicapped? They have to reply. They have to respond. So sometimes when you drive through larger apartment complexes, occasionally you'll see a lonely parking space with a handicap poster in front of it. And that is validating what I just said. That's where a particular resident went and requested it and they had to reply. Okay, on page 352, and we're approaching our first break. Under Americans with Disabilities Act, go to the second paragraph and highlight the last sentence of the second paragraph. The sentence reads, the provisions of the ADA apply to any employer with 15 or more employees. Highlight that sentence. Here's what that means. If I have a business and I have fewer than 15 employees, my business place does not have to accommodate handicapped employees. But the minute I hire a 15th employee, that's a benchmark. Now my workplace has to accommodate handicapped employees. Therefore, I must hire handicapped employees. But I want you to know that 15 is the benchmark. In fact, I only want you to know 2 bullets about ADA. That's the first bullet, 15 employee benchmark. But the second bullet is the fact that there are 2 entities exempted from having to comply with ADA. I just want you to guess at them. What are those 2 exempted entities? You damn right. Churches and private clubs. I don't know who the church has lobbying for them in Washington, but I guess the church is wanting to heal people at the front door. I don't understand why they would feel the need to be exempted from that. But I want you to know it on the exam. I want you to know the 15 employee benchmark, and I want you to know that churches and private clubs are exempted from having to comply. Now, there is an exception to what I just told you. I told you that apartment complexes are residential, therefore they don't have to comply. Go down to the very bottom of page 352 and highlight the second sentence in that last paragraph. The sentence reads, for example, in an apartment complex, the rental office is indeed a place of public accommodation. So while I don't have to allocate X number of spaces within the community as to be handicapped, the office where the property manager is, where you would go in to fill out an application to lease, that is an area of public accommodation. And if you live in an apartment complex now, when you go home tonight, drive by the office and you'll notice there are 2 or 3 spaces marked off as handicap in front of the rental office. Okay, that would be an exception. The law had to step in and distinguish service animals from this BS emotional support animals. You can read the paragraph at the top of page 353 and learn about that. Lord Y'all got that down? Y'all remember what was it, about 5 or 6 years ago when this was an issue? And the first time I took notice of it was, everybody's scared of being sued in the modern day. There was a woman walking, it was on the 6 o'clock news, a woman walking through the airport. It showed the picture of her walking through the airport. She was raising hell because the airport would not let her emotional support animal on the airplane. Her emotional support animal was a damn peacock. You ever seen the tail on a peacock? It's about 8 feet long. The picture was showing her carrying it under her arm through the airport. They had video of it. Look at this idiot. That's what the newscaster said. No, he didn't say that. But yeah, the law had to quickly get it. Because what if my emotional support animal is a hippopotamus? And I wanted you to put it on the damn airplane with me. So the law had to quickly get in and distinguish service animals from this new BS invented category of emotional support animals. So at the bottom of page 353, we're going to start talking about some specific fair housing issues. And we don't want to get started in this and then have to cut it off for break. So we're going to go ahead and take our first break. And we've got 6:57. So we're going to break until 7:12. Gives you a full 15 minutes. Enjoy. All right, we're back from break, and we are, hold on one second. So we are now on page 354. We're still in the subject of fair housing. In fact, we're actually at the bottom of page 353. My bad. So here we go. There are three major fair housing violations, and they're going to begin numbering them. One is block busting. There's a phenomenon that existed that came about in the late 50s, the phenomenon called white flight. And it reminds me of a bit that Cedric the Entertainer did. I'm a fan of comedians. Most people are. And Cedric the Entertainer had a bit, and he said, if you're at an outdoor concert, amphitheater, and you're enjoying yourself, but a group of 40 people right next to you starts running like hell for the exit, you're gonna join them. And you'll find out why they were running when you get to where they were running to. It's a sociological phenomenon called hysteria. So what began happening in the late 50s is real estate practitioners were going door to door, knocking on doors. Hey, you know who moved in around the corner last week? You know what's going to happen to your property values about to plummet? I happen to have a sign in my trunk and an agreement right here. If you want to sign it and put me to work. So as cars left neighborhoods, so the sociological phenomenon called hysteria kicked in. So block busting became a violation of fair housing. You see there, it is the act of encouraging people to sell or rent their homes by claiming the entry of a protected class of people into the neighborhood will have some sort of negative impact on property value. So go to the end of that paragraph and highlight the last sentence. I'll begin reading it so you know. It is illegal to assert that the presence of certain persons, that sentence right there, highlight it. And then right after you highlight that, highlight the first sentence of the next paragraph. A critical element, and from what I understand, this is the answer to a question on the exam. A critical element in block busting, according to HUD, is the profit motive. In other words, if it's just two Americans having conversation as neighborhoods, not illegal. But if it's somebody and I'm trying to make money and I'm trying to scare you, list with me. Turn the page. Steering is the second of the three major fair housing violations. You see there, it's the channeling of home seekers to particular neighborhoods. I coincidentally have two friends that sell real estate in the Big Apple, New York City. And they told me, they said, Mark, there's an unspoken rule that you do not show people property that's not their side of town. If you know anything about New York City, you understand how heavily splintered the city is. You've got Chinese communities, Italian communities, Nigerian communities, Vietnamese communities, Irish communities, Italian communities, Jewish communities. And he said, Mark, if they're not Jewish, you don't show them property in a Jewish community. If they're not Italian, you don't show them. So the government had to come in here, New York City being the premise, and said, this is out of control. So if I'm a real estate agent and someone comes to me and says, I want to see this house on this street, and my mind immediately thinks that's not your side of town, that's fine, think it, but put them in the damn back seat and take them to the damn property. All right. So steering, the second of the three major violations. The third, go to page 355. Let's do this, guys. I've told you before, the brain learns better from lists. So let's go to the bottom of page 353. 353. And put a 1 and circle it beside block busting. Again, three major violations. Block busting is the first of the three. Turn the page. Beside steering, write a 2 and circle it. That's the second of the three major violations. Go to page 355, and beside redlining, put a 3 and circle it. That's the third of the three major fair housing violations. The first sentence says, the practicing of refusing to make mortgage loans or issue insurance policies in specific areas is known as redlining. The term redlining came from this practice. You know, like an insurance company might have a sales meeting and they might pull down a map and they might say, all right, gang, we are not loaning we're not insuring people on this side of town. And, you know, this side of town was the poor side of town. And the government had to step in and say, listen, zip codes don't apply for insurance. People do. So if that people's criteria meets your criteria, issue them a damn policy. So again, redlining is not a real estate violation. It's typically a lender or an insurance company violation. So let's go up to the top of page 354. We just talked about steering, but I want to talk about advertising. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 lines down into the advertising paragraph, 6 lines down, and highlight the sentence that begins, an advertisement that is gender specific, comma, highlight that sentence. We've already talked about it. I just wanted you to see it in writing, and I wanted you to highlight it. So you are allowed to target a handicapped person. You are allowed to target a female if you're a female looking for a roommate. Those are 2 exceptions to the typical fair housing rules. You know, what you want to avoid, I just now realized. Go back to page 351. We covered the exemptions. I am just now realizing I neglected to tell you 2 exceptions to the 3 exemptions. Let's go over the 3 exemptions again. If a man owns 3 homes or less, he can discriminate in the sale or lease of those 1, 2, up to 3 homes. In the instance of contiguous units, as long as the owner occupies one of the units, they can discriminate in the sale or lease of the other 1, 2, up to 3 units. And then we said churches and private clubs. But there are 2 exceptions to those 3 exemptions. And they are, oops, that's not what I meant to hit. They are this. Race is not included in the exemptions. Race was forever protected in 1866. The second exception to the exemption. Do not advertise your intent to discriminate, even if you're doing so within the exemptions. I have been told this is on the exam, and the irony is when that student told me this was on the exam, I went, I'll be damned. That was on the exam in 1987. So I remember the question. There's an older couple. They own 2 units in a townhome complex. They reside in one, and they rent the other one out. And they were wanting to take advantage of their exemptions. So they put an ad that said 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath unit, swimming pool, tennis courts, no children allowed. Now, the law was going to allow them to discriminate on that basis. But the minute they put it in an ad, they lost their right. It's kind of like the government saying, we're going to let you discriminate in these certain situations. Just don't put it in the damn paper. It's ugly. Keep it quiet. If that's their reasoning, it's silly. I'm just revealing to you how my brain learns this information because I got to thinking, why would they make an exception? So just remember, race is not included in the exemptions forever protected in 1866. And if you want to take advantage of your exemption and in fact discriminate, you must do so quietly. The minute you put it in an ad, you absolutely lose the right that you were provided by the law. Anticipate that question. Now we can turn back to page 354. I gave you an example of an advertisement that does, in fact, break fair housing's law. There are three major fair housing violations: blockbusting, steering, and redlining. Did you get the three? What was your question then? Well, exemptions, exceptions, tomato, tomato. The exemptions are abandoned homes, 3 homes or less, or the 4 units as long as I occupy one, and churches and private clubs. Those are the exemptions. Those are the 3 groups that are allowed to discriminate. But those 3 exemptions have 2 exceptions. Race is not included in the exemptions, and you cannot advertise your intention, even if you're doing so within the law. You lose the right when you put it out there. So now let's be on page 354. Based on what I just told you, an old man, my original mentor when I came into business was 82 years old. I got a job. I was 25. I just got divorced. And, divorce is hard at any age, but imagine being 25 and broke as a damn joke. So I got a job selling real estate in Stillwater's Resort on Lake Martin on the weekends. And when I first showed up the first weekend, the top producer at Stillwater's was an 82-year-old man. And I'll cry if I keep talking about him for too long, but he was my mentor and meant the whole damn world to me. Took me under his arm, took me under his wing, so to speak. But he told me many general rules of thumb. And one having to do with fair housing is advertise the property, not the current owners or the potential purchasers. Do not describe people. Describe the property. So when I said no children allowed, all of a sudden I am describing potential purchasers. Okay? Retirees take notice. Very quiet community. The mention I mentioned retirees. I'm describing current owners. That's a mistake. You're always setting yourself up for a mistake when you describe current owners or potential purchasers. Always only describe the property. But guys, what was the road to hell paved with? Good intentions. You cannot have a discriminatory bone in your body and say the wrong thing. And boy, ain't we discovering that shit in the modern day. And I just let that word fly out of my mouth. Y'all do not deserve that. I apologize. But if I were to say retirees take notice, very quiet community, if I'm a single mother with 3 children on Ritalin, I'm going to read that ad and go, they don't want my kind up in there. Was that the intent of the writer of the article, of the ad? No. But might that have been the perception of the reader? So the law says your intentions are not what the law is concerned with. We're concerned with the result of your actions, the perception of the reader. Look at the bottom of page 355, responses to concerns of terrorism. Can you imagine the week after September 11th, 2001, 9/11? Maybe I'm a Muslim and I'm living in Birmingham and I read an ad in the paper. 4-bedroom, 2.5 bath home, 6-foot privacy fence, sitting on a half acre right around the corner from the school, right around the corner from First Baptist Church. Now, I just violated fair housing by referencing the church, when in fact, all I was trying to do was give the reader of the ad a landmark. So if they're tooling around on Saturday, they know where to go look. But if I'm a Muslim and it's a week after September 11th and I read right around the corner from First Baptist Church, I might go, that sounds like a big old Christian community. They might not want my kind up in there. Was that the intent of the writer of the ad? No, but might it have been the perception of the reader? So, unfortunately, you got to mind your words, your P's and your Q's, they say. And in fact, what I just said about the road to hell, written on page 355, right above responses to concerns of terrorism, intent and effect. They're not concerned with your intent. They're concerned with the effect. Turn to the page. Enforcement of the Fair Housing Act. Without looking at the book, can y'all tell me who the enforcer of the fair housing laws are? HUD. Very good. HUD. HUD is the enforcer of the law. Now, I'm hearing this is on the exam from many people. Page 357, third paragraph. Highlight the first sentence. It's a very short paragraph. Complaints brought under the Civil Rights of 1866 are taken directly to federal courts. And what would that complaint be related to? Race. So yes, you would bypass state straight to federal. Now the second half of page 357, gang, reiterate. No, it doesn't reiterate. It makes a very important point that there are 7 protected statuses. We've just gone over them: race, creed, color, national origin, sex, familial status, handicap. But those are federally protected classes. There could be state classes that are protected that are not protected federally. There could be protected classes that are protected by your municipality that are not protected by the state, that are not protected by federal. So as a practitioner in the streets, you want to be aware of all the protected statuses. I think if you are a realtor in Boston, Mass., there are like 14 protected classes. You got the 7 federal, but then they protect marital status, military status, sexuality, many more additional protected classes. So that's all they're saying. Nothing important on the exam, just a fact we need to be aware of. Turn to the page. So now we're on page 358 with the key point review. We're going to do our 15 minutes. I got 7:33. In case it clicks over, we'll be done at 7:49. You may begin.
But I'm not saying to see what you're saying. And he was just coming
Okay. I've had 15 minutes transpire, so yeah, I want to skip break and let me just cover a few points in this next chapter. Okay. Guys, if you don't recall, we lightly touched the chapter on leasing. I don't know if you recall the reason why, because for whatever reason, PSI stopped testing on that subject. Only 2 questions from that subject matter. We went over a little bit. Based on feedback I get from students, we went over the few things I think you needed to know. So property management is in keeping with leasing. So therefore, I'm touching it lightly. I don't know why PSI decided to heavily reduce the number of questions from this subject matter, but you're the beneficiary for the moment. So let me look through here real quick. Turn to page 374. Okay, guys, I rent. All the Salt Lake students can't see. I have a classroom. I don't know, but a lot of people have dropped off since the midterm, but I'm supposed to have about 35 people. But point is I'm in an office building in Vestavia, and I pay personally about $19 a foot. Okay. And whenever you hear people discussing that, what are you paying, on that space you're renting? Well, I got it $13 a foot. Go to the bottom of page 374 if you've ever wanted to know how people arrive at a per foot figure. You can kind of read this. It's bottom of page 374, top of page 375. Just kind of glance at it yourself. It could be a question on the exam. It's a very easy thing to determine. Annual rent, not monthly rent, annual rent, which would be monthly rent times 12, annual rent divided by the square feet that you occupy. That's how you arrive at a per square foot figure. So when renters are wanting to talk apples to apples, then that's what you use, a per square foot figure. Over here on page 376, maintaining the property, it's a landlord's responsibility. We went over that, right? Constructive eviction and actual eviction. So this is in keeping with that. In the middle of the page, you see 3 categories of maintenance. Now, they just started testing this within the last couple of years. So I guess the nerds were sitting around thinking, what other complicated crap can we overcomplicate and start testing people on? So this was new stuff a couple of years ago. They decided to segregate maintenance categories into 3 categories. You see them: preventive, repair or corrective, or routine. And then the second half of the page, they actually break those out, go a little further in defining them, and give you some examples. I want you to anticipate a question, an exam, where they're going to have a particular kind of maintenance that was performed by Philip on Saturday, and they're going to ask you the question, which category of maintenance does that fall in? Preventive, repair or corrective, or routine. Now, when they first started testing on this, I obviously, because I'm teaching it, I gotta get down with it. I gotta try to understand it so I can teach it. And I'll admit I was confused for a minute between what some of the examples I saw were routine maintenance and preventive maintenance. So spend some time on this testing and anticipate one question where you're going to have to select the category of maintenance. Look at the top of page 378. Highlight the very first sentence of the top paragraph. It's just a reminder to you, and the mother of learning is repetition. ADA provides that any employer of 15 or more employees must adopt non-discriminatory employment procedures. We talked about the handicap. And that 15 is the benchmark. Just for the fun of it, in the middle of the page, you can see some examples, illustrations of things that ADA is responsible for. But read that on your own when you're studying. Over here on page 380, you see risk management techniques. You see 4 bullets. They're going to have a risk management scenario, and they're going to ask you, the student, they're going to say, which category of risk did this fall under? So let's discuss them real quick. I don't care what you do in the name of business. You may have a snow biz on the side of the road. You may, drive a popsicle truck. You may sell hardware, have a hardware store. You may sell insurance. It doesn't matter. You may cut grass for a living. There's risk involved with every business. And every business person needs to know where typical liability issues are so that they can avoid them or at least prepare for them if they ever have to defend themselves. So you see, avoid it, control it, transfer it, retain it. They give a great example for avoiding it. If I buy a rental property built in 1981 and it's got a little swimming pool and the swimming pool's operable, it works. But I'm buying the property to use as a rental property. I'm filling the pool up with dirt and I'm covering it with sod because I want to avoid the risk that a swimming pool offers me as the landlord. I've got friends in the insurance business. The risk related to having a pool is unfair, in my opinion. If I have a pool in my house and I'm in a traditional neighborhood and I got a privacy fence around my pool, but the latch on the gate is broke. If the 3-year-old next door to me sneaks through my broke latch gate and drowns in the pool, I'm liable. I don't understand that, frankly. So, the courts really start slinging millions of dollars around when someone is harmed or someone dies. And usually with a swimming pool, somebody is harmed or somebody dies. And that's when the courts go, oh my God, we're going to give her $28 million. Like the woman that dropped the coffee in her lap, that's $14 million worth of damages. So you can avoid it. That's an example they use there. Control it. Says by preparing for an emergency before it happens, parentheses, they give you some examples. Installing sprinklers, fire doors, and security systems. A lot of people would say, Mark, you ain't got no choice. That's building codes. Sometimes it is when you're building in a municipality. If you're building in an unincorporated area, which means outside of a city in the county, sometimes there ain't no building codes, or the building codes aren't as thorough as they are in the municipality. So sometimes it might be an option to inspire sprinklers, fire doors, and security systems. But by God, I'm going to tell you right now, you don't want a damn fire to happen when you chose not to do those things. Because, a jury, when those things are available and you knew it and you chose not to add them, oh my God, they will hang you. My God, it's terrible. Millions of dollars. Third bullet, transfer it. You may be in a business, look at the liability that surrounds your business and go, there's no way to avoid this. That's true. If you own a country club with a swimming pool, people are going to drown. I don't care what you do. People are going to drown. So sometimes you can't address the risk, but you get an insurance policy for the inevitable risk. I can't avoid it. And then the last one is to retain it. Unfortunately, this is a choice many businesses make, and I'm not saying it's a wrong choice or a right choice. But let's say I'm Hasbro, a toy manufacturer. And let's say with this one particular toy that we manufacture, on average, we have 13 lawsuits nationally per year. And we as Hasbro pay out X number of dollars as a result of these 13 lawsuits every calendar year. That's an amount of money, a quantifiable amount of money. So I'm Hasbro, and I call the people that retool manufacturing plants, and I say, listen, I need to retool this assembly line because I need to eliminate this part of the toy that is responsible for, on average, 13 lawsuits a year that we pay out this many dollars. And the people come back to me 2 weeks later and they say, Mr. Yarb, it's going to cost you $26 million to retool the manufacturing process for this particular toy. And you think, gosh almighty, we only average about $1.5 million per year on lawsuits that we pay out. So what do you think I'm going to do? Screw it. We'll just keep paying out the damn lawsuits. It would cost more to retool the factory than we're going to pay out in 25 years. So that's this business decision, again, unfortunately, that many manufacturers of products make. So, just like in residential insurance, you're going to have insurance if you own a commercial building and there's a loan involved. That's just always a given. And you see over here on page 381, a commercial insurance policy, and you see the bulleted list of general protections. You don't need to memorize that. But I will tell you, go to the bottom of that list of bullets and you see surety bonds. In the left-hand margin, write fidelity bonds. I know I'm sniffing a lot, but I don't know if it's the weather, but I'm getting the sniffles. So a fidelity bond. I had a student ask me after they took the test. They said, "Mr. there's a question with fidelity bonds. What's a fidelity?" I said, "I don't know." So I looked it up, and it didn't take me long to understand that a fidelity bond is just a surety bond of a particular kind. I don't know if you know what a surety bond is, but a surety bond is something I have to have. Like, what if I went rogue as an instructor and I went on a drinking binge and got the hell out of town, y'all halfway through the course? The surety bond will pay y'all because I damaged y'all. Okay. There's a woman. Oh gosh, I'm forgetting her name. I know it, but I'm just forgetting it. But anyway, she writes an exam prep book, a very popular, national popular exam prep book. I've never met her in person. I think she lives in Missouri. But I call her once a year. I told y'all the state of Alabama guards the exam like gold at Fort Knox. They do not want us instructors to know questions. So, oh my God, I almost thought of her name. Nevertheless, I call her once a year. She calls me and we exchange tips. I tell her things I've heard. She tells me things I've heard. I help her. She helps me. And the funny thing is you hear me talking about nerds. She is the queen of nerds. I think she is a robot. I call her up. Hey, how you doing? Fine, Mark. How are you? So she told me recently to tell y'all that what's showing up on the exam are fidelity bonds that property managers in the modern day typically expected to have fidelity bonds. You can make yourself a command to look this up outside of class as part of your homework. Fidelity bonds. The paragraph below the bullets, the very last sentence is something I have told y'all, but the mother of learning is repetition. Remember that flood insurance is always going to be a separate policy. Flood protection is never included in a basic policy. It is always going to require an additional policy. And with that, gang, I'm done with you. So hold on, I got a student with a question.
When you talk about the fidelity bond,
Yeah?
are you talking about for the state exam or for the final?
There is no state exam. There is a national real estate exam.
Okay.
But yes, for that. I don't teach my final different than I teach the state exam. I teach them both the same.
Okay.
Same material. Why would I test you on some stuff? It's not going to be good question, though. I appreciate the question. I do. Look up fidelity bonds on your own. Y'all have a safe trip home. Moderators, let your students sign the roster. Let them go home, enjoy an extra hour and a half with the fam, and get you some rest. I'll see y'all tomorrow night. And tomorrow night at 6 p.m., we are finishing the book. We're doing chapters 20 and 21. We'll be done with the book. And then next week is some reviews over the most important chapters in the book. So I'll see y'all tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Y'all, hey, Satellite students, stay in touch with the Facebook page and the email and call us if you need help. We love you. We care for you. Just challenge us. We'll see y'all later. You bet. You bet. Careful. See you. Right there. It's under that. Yeah, okay. Gotta be careful. I I mean, I have a couple of extras. Okay.